Okay, bitrate is stable now. So I'm not sure if that's just Comcast picking out for a second, or if OBS is having whatever. Might have been Comcast, because now I'm looking at like no internet on the tablet. So probably just a momentary blip with the ISP. Good way to start the week, Comcast, on a series that I adore. Let me try to get the tablet back up real quick. On the desktop, the net is back. I guess it was just a little blink. But the blink is enough to bruise the tablet. Problem with wireless adapter or access point fixed? Sure, buddy. We all know that's just a Comcast quality. Okay. Now that blink is done. Stream is back up. See myself, hear myself. Got chat back up. Let's get back into this then, because the game just started. The game just started. This is no time to drop stream, Comcast. So we spoke to Marco. But then Marco's words remind me of something. It's pretty enigmatic. And then 0 kilobytes again. Come on, it's been 2 minutes! Okay, announcing the strange thing, where it goes from 0 kilobytes per second to 12,000 kilobytes per second, and then stabilizes back at 5,000 where it should be. It could be a Twitch ingest server, but I figure that's just Comcast being nasty. Nasty Comcast. Alright, it's stabilized now. So you could see down here what I'm looking at. This went straight to 0, straight to the moon. And then these drop frames are shooting through the roof. Behave, Comcast. It's ABiMe time. But yes, reminded me of what he's not going to say. That has me curious. If he's saying reminded me of something, that's probably something of importance. You know what? Uniform side pocket. Wearing his cap for courage is kind of the same logic with these glasses. They're not just cool shades. They're prescription. But they also have a psychological barrier. You all could see me, but I got a little tiny film in front of my eyes. Which makes the whole process of a shy person streaming a lot less nerve-wracking. Where's your headgear, high speed? You're indoors, take that cover off! I see a keypad. Is this going to be my first secret way out? In the metro. I'm glad he's telling me that, because I'm seeing these concrete and sloped walls and thinking, oh, this is a bunker. But it does kind of look like a train station could. Underground train stations connecting sections of Montreal. Wasn't Birth Me Code based on a school in Montreal too? Not a very common video game setting, so pretty cool to see like regionalism brought out in different game devs. I had a friend once a huge BTS army head who was from Quebec. And as a prank, I freaked her out by correctly guessing she was from Montreal. It's like, how did you know? How'd you spy on me? It's like, there's only two cities, really. It's either Quebec City or Montreal. It's one of the two. 50-50 guess. None of them had spacious bars. You don't know, man? You haven't been to all of them, have you? No matter what station this was. You don't know, Simon. Unless he himself is a metro worker. We know he wears a uniform. We have time to kill, and we're so worried about 1 minute with Marco. Could I do both? Looking is a free action, right? The tutorial had said before the disconnect that looking does not progress the story. Give your crush a glance. Pretty cute, but couldn't afford to get distracted. Let's at least look. Danger staff only, but in English. Not even French and English, but English alone. You can tell them this was made in an era before Quebec tried to make French the only language that could be written and used, setting many folks to include First Nation folks who might not necessarily speak French. Unless we had some sort of key. How do you know that, Simon? $750 volts, write that down. Now this is a public train station, right? Or supposed to be? That's not so big. Maybe they're a bit more frugal, municipality-wise, in Montreal. Maybe he's not in Montreal. Maybe it resembles the metros in Montreal, but really they are in Quebec City. Okay, I have glanced at everything. No time was wasted. Let's talk. Yeah, Jazz, wanna fill me in then? I don't even know where we are, even how we got here. Come on, Simon. Women love a man who is comfortable exposing their vulnerabilities with them. You know? You don't have your stuff together. This is called honesty, Simon. He's taking the honest route. In vague terms only, though. Oh, amnesia? Does that mean she knows what's going on? Is that actually a thing, though, where if you explain stuff too fast to amnesiac, it's dangerous? Because I'm thinking, just lay it on me. Blood the dam. Sweet baby Ray. Five color theme lines. Okay, Jasmine, let's pretend that I do. Let's pretend that I myself am a Montreal native. What are those escape the room new age reality games? What do the punishments entail? Ah, but see, I'm not. I am free of this obligation. Have to find someone with the number 9. Okay. What does that mean? Somebody with the number 9. Ray with his bottle of lotion. The tattoo that he's nursing is a tattoo of the number 9. Game solved. Giggling? Isn't that ridiculous? I thought she might be in fear of what she had to say next. This is the dating game. Aww. The dating game wherein if you lose, you die. The dating game, and they paired us with our crush? It turns out, Simon, we are dating in the archaeological sense. We have to find some skulls, and based on the fusing of the sutures and the wear and tear on the teeth, we have to guesstimate about how old the skull is. I might have died already. Quick work. And I was asleep this whole time. So in that case, why were we knocked out? Let's think about that, shall we? If we assume that Simon did not start this as an amnesiac, at some point we woke up on the bed, on the couch, without our memories, when everyone else was awake, because we were made to be unconscious. That's what I'm thinking already. Because she's acting as if I should know all this already. So why don't I? Why don't I? So no stepping on the 750 volt rails. Got it. Mind the gap between the train and the platform. Going on a date with Jasmine. At least he's an optimist about this. Let me give myself a quick tech check now that it's been about 15 minutes since the initial disconnection. Want to make sure everything's still up and good. Looks up and good to me. See us cool folk though. You just part your legs, plant down, and you sway with the motion of the train. And try to see how long you can go before you have to grab the beam. Those things are full. Well, there you go then. All the more reason. Spread your legs, plant them down, lower your center of gravity, and sway with the train. So what do you know about Simon? He's got amnesia. He's got a crush on Jazz. He works for a company with a uniform to include a hat. And he's afraid of germs. On the handlebars of the metro. Cocaine station, sécurité. Now, if this is supposed to be like the actual metro and such, can I pull up like Montreal Metro announcer voice? Announcement comprehension, interesting announcement, compilations. No, that's like a whole thing. That's not just the voices. 4 types of train station, Montreal Metro, Welcome Station. Four different versions. Let's go do it. Give it to me, YouTube. Okay, I'll take it. He says that, but the warning sign was in English. What did it say exactly? Sécurité. Ah, we're going to security zone. I don't speak French, so I assume sécurité was more like secure yourself, be safe. I don't know. They were worried about copyright. That's exactly it. When you make your death room game locations that are based on real life locations, you want to avoid the chance of getting sued. Occupation, Simon's occupation. I got a lot of options here. The current year, the current station. Simon's mental health, Marco, Simon's roommate. She knows that I'm an amnesiac. So let's just put all the cards on the table. Jasmine, what year is it? 2022! Oh, this would have been perfect for last year then. So this is 2022. So on for 7 months. The year where nothing goes right. Hold on. What? What year was this released? Head as Code was released on February 9, 2021. Let me check the Internet Games Database. Because the Internet Games Database doesn't just have a page for this version of Head as Code. It also has the original version, an entry for the original. So 2018 and 2022 it says here. Though Steam was saying 2021. I wonder if it's got that punchline in the original as well. But who knows, with the way the 2020s were going, you could pick any year and not be too far off the mark. Isn't every year like, yeah, exactly. 2020 with the large-scale virus outbreak we lived through. Unless that was part of the plot and Mirror Lamoon is just really prophetic, I'm going to assume that that is a thing that was updated between the 2018 version and the remake. Yeah? Tons of riots over injustice and racism. And don't even mention 2021. Okay, let me try to remember. 2021 is when I played Birth Me Code, right? What else happened that year? What else happened in 2021? The way all these years bleed together. Oh, Jasmine. They are speaking right in between two peaks. They are here. She thinks there's no outbreak yet. And then next month it's going to be up again. Oh, so we only got one option to pick. We're not useless, we know how to sit down. Can we ask about that? The circumstances that led up to us waking up? Laboratoire? Laboratoire? I don't know. I haven't studied French, so I'm gonna butcher every single thing. Don't say you don't know. You want to know why you woke up amnesiac. What happened? The current situation, Simon's mental health. I want to ask about what happened to Simon to make him wake up on a couch with his short-term memory loss. And I'm not sure which one that's going to be, because the current situation could simply be the dating game thing, and not exactly what happened to him. Mental health could just be the amnesia, or it could be what led to the amnesia. Let's ask mental health. And a headache. That is a concussion talking. He was hit in the back of the head. Ray picked up Marco and swung him at me. So she's a graphic designer. Okay, that's more information learned. Really? Were the three of us that close? Like, I know that Marco's my roommate and Jasmine my old childhood friend, but as a group, were the three of us close? The pain of memory's too hard. This could be critical stuff for the plot, Simon! You gotta push through the pain! Man, there is nothing useless in just sitting down for a bit. That means that we have a chance for more questions. Or maybe, if we're going station to station to station before we get to our own, that could mean we do have time for all of them. So, there's 8 of us in total. We have Jasmine, who is a graphic designer, and our childhood friend, who we last saw 4 years ago, so we believe. Infirmary. And there's already people there. Okay, how about the current situation? That's what I'm asking about? I was hoping for, like, what happened. Or a facsimile thereof. What if we have Radical 6, and we're experiencing time super slowly, and in fact we're not in a metro, but in a sophisticated Large Hadron Collider sort of thing? We are in a particle impactor and we are that particle? Smiley. We don't know the smiley guy yet, we just woke up. I think there was a room in Birth Me Code that might have had, like, cultist robes and whatnot in it. But luckily, because I can't remember from 2 years ago, like all the fine details, I don't get spoiled for this. Okay, alright, Simon. Also studied artistic stuff. Delivered the wrong pizza to the wrong person. He mentioned a uniform. He could be a pizza delivery boy. Yeah, but Simon, don't forget, you mentioned that at some point you, Jasmine, and Mark were in the train together. It could have been 4 years ago, it could have been now, before he got amnesiac. Okay, alright, so that's why it stopped and went on for every other station. But if there's a room we haven't cleared, it has to let us out, or we have to get out. So we have time for one more question. Not our stop? Expected to go off again at this time. The next station, not our stop. Train didn't move to leave. We both left the train momentarily. Others went... The others went here, and yet... They let us off? A weird girl with mask and headphones has me worried. Because there is a bubbly character in Birth Me Code who could be described as a little girl. With the mask, you maybe assume. I don't know. I don't think that any nipples there. The trauma from that one still. They are dead. Unless they're letting off. We coulda. If it's not supposed to let us off, and yet here we are. Assuming there's a station above, with stairs down to the other side. Man, we could have asked about our occupations, our friendships. Nah, man, we're good. We could handle this. She might need help. Okay. Maybe for the first one, it's going to tutorialize us. Since we are amnesiac, and this is the first game in the series. No time limit. They're being much more generous than me. Bound by our metabolic functions. Just perceptive. There's perceptive, and then there's no time limit. How many of these have we done already? It's been a few stations already. That's what I figured. If she knew stuff, already. And if I'm the amnesiac, we probably have some rooms done. Now, it wouldn't be the first time that the childhood friend was actually the mastermind or whatever. But for the time being, I think we trust Jade for now. I do hope Simon grows out of his insecurities. It doesn't bother me any, but I feel kind of bad for him. And this makes it sound like he does have a pretty good mental layout of the Montreal's metro. But this is our childhood friend. She's got to be in the ballpark at 24 years too. In that time, she's had to have been in an infirmary. Not a single one. I'm pretty certain Simon is a food delivery person, and yet he has a horrible apprehension to germs. Like, almost seems pathological. I touched his train thing, I have to go wash my hands right now. Jazz doesn't seem too jazzed about it. Also, this is 2022. Where's everybody's masks? We don't want to be useless. Gonna take a nap. Hold on. Another thought. Each station gets a pair, right? If each station gets a pair, then how come there were 4 of us at the bar that I woke up in? Mysteries upon mysteries. What he didn't realize was the bed was made up of a couch disguised as a bed. I don't know my Quebecois profanities. There's like a tabernacle or some kind, isn't there? Okay, we're gonna search all the places she has already searched. But while he's got that thought, I'm gonna treat myself to a quick BRB and freshen up my tea, because on this cold Monday, I have been going through this tea like mad. It has been going through me, so. Give me a second, and then we shall continue from here. Alright, quick, before my tea finishes boiling. Successful date. Let's do the successful date. You don't know, man, that could be the overarching plot. How to impress Jasmine enough that this dating game becomes a real date by the end. He really idolizes her. I can't ever get to her level. Search the shit out of this place. Crack the code! Alright, let's do it. And we got our first look at the guy's face. There's a map. So let's see. Infirmary is here. This is where we are. We came up these stairs. There's a thing here. Huge thing over here. I'm guessing that's the stairs down to the other side of the station. I don't know what this is. I don't know about that yet, game. What are you talking about? I got an achievement for that, though. Where's the exit? Check the map during any active search. What Steam says is so close, which should be the next achievement you could feasibly get. Is Cyanide finish all endings, choices, and active searches on the Cyan line? Steam, I have just started the game. And that's my water finished boiling. Give me a second. In this layout, I can't have it right next to me, so it's all the way back. Just a bad bet. The worst he's had. Take the screws! He's got the thought already. We gotta find the screwdriver or the parts to make a screwdriver, take the screws, take the bar. It's written in English, got it. I am feeling very personally attacked right now because my notes are gonna look like this before the game is done. Scribbles and all. Neither would Jasmine, most likely as a result of all the cake. Is where my mind finished that sentence. Simon has no appreciation. Needed to tell her to lay off eating more since it just made her butt bigger. Simon, you should encourage it! Some people might think it's a good thing. Mira Lamoon calling me out already. You turn the page, you wash your hands. You turn the page, you wash your hands again. I can keep clicking this. I'm gonna click this until it exhausts itself. There could be an achievement related. All there was in the world was a sink. Praise be to the sink. Ah, I can't go forever. Radio. What's going on with that radio? This escape room sucked. So you could impress her, man? Okay. Do I have the ability to move with the map? I don't think I do. I'm pretty sure progression is through progressing through. Clicking does nothing. Alright. Click it. Do I see the lock on it? A coin could be used as a screwdriver. Take it, that is screwdriver number 1. I don't know the $2 coin. I guess this must be what everyone else feels when they play games with American dominations. We could use it here. With the coin in hand, the hand has popped up to illuminate what our options are. I wonder if that's going to make it any easier on the active search side. To minimize your clicking around all the things to figure out what to do next. Alright, take this off. Ooh, and a USB stick. No, let's call it. This room is fully harvested. Jasmine! How fareth thine searcheth. She's got a key. For the other side? You're J, not J. In the phonetic alphabet, J is Juliet. And R is Romeo. That does not bode well for you, Simon. What's S again? Not silhouette, not stilettos. Not stingray. Is it stingray? International alphabet. Not international alphabet. Native phonetic alphabet. International phonetic alphabet. Sierra. He was Quebec though. Simon, you are so dense, the gal is thirstin'. Tablet for the USB stick. That's a start, Jasmine. Electronics boots up. We solve the puzzle on the tablet, then the back opens up. Vociferations. Ah, playtime is over. He lost his chance. Yeah, he's keeping his eyes on the prize. Okay, Jasmine. We are going to see how stumped you get by tutorial level puzzles. Middle is a number 9. And both numbers on the sides of an arrow pointing towards it. So we have to make the numbers on the side match 9 somehow. Make the numbers 9 by combining two different numbers, but that is wrong. That gives us one solution that isn't correct. Oh, that's not about the number 9 then, that's about the coloration. I want it so that it is red for everywhere red and purple, and blue for everywhere blue and purple. Oh, Jasmine! Jasmine, you are small brain today! I think the 5 is correct, because the 5 touches all the purples and this. The 5 is good, I can leave the 5. I need the red to be opposite, where the red only touches here, 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 and here. And that is 3. I need red 3. 5 blue, red 3. Solved already, Jasmine, just looking at it once? Oh, it's explained it to me, come on! I wanted the dopamine rush at figuring out the puzzle. But I didn't get to see. I was denied the escape. It's okay, Simon. You're amnesiac. You just got your head knocked. You had to take a nap. So for this, we take a backseat. For the future ones, you better participate more. This was on the map. There are stairs down over here, and then this door over here. This blue corridor with the XX. Is that how the other person died? By running through, like, screw you, Smiley, I'm escaping on my own, and getting zapped? I mean, if the 9th person is allowed to go through, they could be beyond there. 9 with a 5 and a 3, so maybe. 5 and 3 make 8. There's 8 of us. There's 8 of us looking for a 9. Oh my goodness, this might be the most important puzzle in the entire game. Hold on, hold on. And because it is tutorialized to remove your involvement, they're allowing you to let it slip your mind. can't go back with more than 2 at once. It is so nice having the desktop on the desktop, because now I can like cross my legs, spread my legs, without kicking the computer, without worrying about accidentally kicking the headphones unplugged. But what about that big other room? There's a whole big room that I guess Jasmine was searching through, but I couldn't. The leisure or lounge station. Man, Simon, I know you're amnesic and all right now, but consider the possibility that this isn't the actual metro, but a facsimile thereof. Escape room protagonists, am I right? The lounge to ourselves after a successful date, Simon? The guy's been holding the torch for 4 long years. Which is a pretty sweet deal, I'll admit. Wait, is this the lounge? Is that why there are lots of us? Oh, that could be the case then. I thought this like a separate puzzle room area, but this is the lounge. That would explain what there were 4. You could even hide the text to fully appreciate the art. Yeah, but it's a couch though. We've established that Simon doesn't do couches. You could ask her to stay, man. You could say, no, please stay with me. I'm not feeling too well. Could you hold my hand real tight like... Ah, Simon! He studied art for Jasmine. Aww. Studied with her abroad, so he went overseas to study with her. Simon, you have done so many brave things. You just gotta pop the question. Oh wow, wasn't joking, but he said across the country. He did mean Vancouver. Man, what is this whole entire dating game thing? is all of Simon's friends getting together to be like, you dummy, this is a measure we have to take to get you to just ask her out. Don't tell me that Jasmine got shot. That was either a carrot stick being snapped in half, or someone's brought a gun. A drive-by shooting. There can only be 2 people at the station at a time, right? A flash of cyan. Let's see the body, casualty number 2. Something that didn't belong. The corpse of the girl he'd been fawning over for 4 years since childhood. She's dead, man. We started the game with amnesia and the loss of our crush. Dead. Say it. Internalize it. Make it reality. See you lose all hope that this is a dream you're gonna wake up from. Okay, notes. J. Jasmine. Childhood friend. Graphic designer. Dead! You could have told her, stay with me. I'm feeling really achy. Could you hold my hand while I nap? And they even gave us this nice shot with her leaning over us, with the bright screen to make her all cute and whatever. So in the brief time that a train stops, it got out, shot her, robbed her, then got back on? Square in the head even. Suddenly glad that they spared us the art. You don't know what you have till it's gone? This entire thing is arranged solely for Simon to get off his butt. Simon is a real mastermind. All this was designed for him to, train up his courage. It was a remote for bombs, wasn't it? Either she pushed the button or someone pushed the button. All came back at once and give it to me. I'm going to assume that this is the cyan line. This blue one. Not very cyan, but I'll take it. So we have 1 line, 2 line, 3 line, and a little small 4 one over here. Only 4 stations then. Well, I guess 4 intersections. All these little small white dots would be stations too. Yeah, see, that's blue. Blue's not cyan. Who have we got here? The green-haired one's a cutie. Do I recognize anybody? Pink hair with twin tails seems familiar. But otherwise, I'm not recognizing. Only one person has their mask on. This one right here. That one right here. The only socially conscious person in the room. 2. 2 masks. I see 2 masks on this entire train. They are doing their best. The mask is there to protect everyone else from them. Instead of protecting themselves directly. And yet they are still trying to take care of their own, to take care of society. 2 heroes right here. Marco. Pollo. Wait. He had a memory of Marco, Jasmine, and himself. Is Jasmine going to be here too? Fetch her at the airport. She's coming back from Vancouver. There she is. So he went to Vancouver. Wait. When he said studied abroad with her, did he mean Vancouver? I thought he meant overseas. He just went across the country. Long pink hair and 2 pigtails, that's her. That's a graphic design student, alright. So what do you think? Did he get his master's degree or did he get his second bachelor's? Another bachelor's degree. He went for 2 bachelors. Man, no one cares about the bachelor's, right? I mean, it gives you a good toolbox of skills and information pertinent to the field that you like, but nobody cares. A bachelor is more important than the specific type of bachelor. What he should have done was leverage that for a master's. Turn that 4 years into 2 years and a higher one. Marco finished 2. See, Marco figured it out. Marco went for his master's. Let me see. If we assume that he left home at 18, right? If we assume that 18 is a cutoff between high school and college. 6 years? So in 6 years, he was studying in Vancouver, and then went back to Montreal, and then finished his bachelor's. So maybe they did their first 2 years together in Vancouver, at the lower division. And then when she wanted to continue and finish her upper degree, and then continue work for upper level for a bachelor's, and then he came back, and it turned out that the classes he took for graphic design wasn't valid for his degree program in Montreal, so he had to redo the lower ones. I don't know. That's not important. I'm just faffing about. And 24 is perfectly fine for feeling a teenager. Like, my 20s were exactly kinda teenage makeup years with how tumultuous those were. Trying to develop myself as a person, grow out of my own insecurities. That takes experience. Sometimes you just need that hard work. So Simon, I get you. Lucky for you, you have me, John Malkovich. Holding onto the pole with the germs on it. He's worried about the germs on the pole, but nobody's wearing a mask. He's breathing all of the stank in. Some people rocking their face masks still. It is 2022. The virus hasn't gone away. And only 2 people on this train still wear their masks. Since that stuff, you know what? I'm gonna look this up. Data on COVID-19 in Quebec. Map and case count. Daily number of COVID-19 deaths per 100,000 population. Where does it start? 2020. This is only 2020. March to November 2020. March to November 2020 starts high and gets higher. Where's the last few years chart? 2020 to 2021. In 2021, it is still riding strong. 2020s. Where's over the years? Did they just stop counting after 2020? What's this for? CTV News? That might not be Quebec specifically. Data in Quebec, what's the year on this? Analysis on policy response. Situation in Montreal. Have you got a pretty easy graphic to look at? Erreur. Une erreur est survenue. Cette page n'est plus être affichée. Contactez l'administrateur du site. URL. Data visualization. Okay, cases over time in Quebec. Alright, this looks like it might work then. They're saying what? Been over a year since that stuff ended? Saying that in 2022? Here's our 2020s. Things pretty grim. It exists at all. Yeah, it's fine. That stuff ended last year. That's the last year thing. The pandemic is over. It's done. Whoa! Yay, it's over. It's back down to these numbers. But then 2022. Whoa! And that's highlighting Quebec. Be more like her. More like her. She's even got like a cool design on it. Then go for it, man. To think, if he had more confidence, he could put this super analysis skill to good use. Didn't give the seat to Jasmine, though. April 2nd, 2022. April 2nd, where is that? April 2nd, 2022. Load those graphs. Could I shrink this down any? Could I zoom on it? January 2022, February, March, April. April 22nd, 28, 24, 21. Around that ballpark. Proportion of total confirmed cases in city in Quebec, 39.1% alone, Montreal. And only 2 people on this train masking up. You know, she was wearing the same clothes, wasn't she? So this could have been on the way back. Maybe. Maybe the train was gassed, and they shuffled off the people needed for the dating game, off into a van to be driven off elsewhere, and then placed us in similar seats in similar trains. Jasmine, we know her, and she's wearing a collar now. Yeah, you fall asleep and wake up with a collar. Weirdest college graduation party ever? Marco! You know what? They said, she said, that we've already done a few stations already. What if the game starts with the end of the game? The end of the game on the Cyan route. And then in our memories, that's where we do the looping around with all the puzzles and things. Oh, that could be. Was this all vague about, like, what we did prior? Okay, so talking sometimes advances stories. Interacting always advances stories. Let's see what we could see first. Not a stripper pole? Oh man! And stripper poles aren't. Yeah, see, he gets it. Spread your legs, lower your center of gravity. Open them a bit wider than usual. Perpendicular to the direction of movement. Shifting weight accordingly. Fight the pull of gravity, yeah. A wall with a large red X between each of the two compartments. Large red X, you say? Okay. Be brave, Simon. Wiggity wackio. What if everyone's a hardlight hologram? Not just on this train, in this scenario, but in Quebec, period. You don't know that, Jasmine? Where do you think we live? In Montreal. That's where you live. Enigmatic Jasmine, what do you know? And each compartment's walled off then. Suitable isolation for every single team. And so the two of us came together to the station. So Jasmine and I were paired from the start then. You're new. Is this the old man mentioned before? Old man, little girl? For the other team? No, old man, younger girl. Let's get some names in so I can fill out my notes. The outfit is the least unusual thing about her. I just see a sleeveless dress, that's all I see. Frail man. So your nickname's gonna be F? Dangerous thing, giving your name to frail old men such as himself. Who are you to be so immediately paranoid in this situation? This isn't his first rodeo then. She means droit. Yeah, she said escape rooms. They have escape rooms in Vancouver. E. So the other gal is E. A as in a knight of justice. Sure. Knight of Justice. Who shot the true mastermind before escaping by train. He's back from his Knights of Columbus meeting. Still in costume. Or pushing it causes it to constrict until the asphyxiate. Yeah, no collar. And heaven forbid that someone's collar on their shirt or jacket pushes up against the button. Or if they try to like stretch and then push the button against their muscles. Or if they lean back in their chair and hit their button against the chair. Was Marco. Okay. So we have teams then, I think. Simon and Jay, Marco and Ray, E and A. The large buff man Ray. I think Ray might be a nickname. Much like Jaser. Just a monosyllabic nomenclature he's chosen. We can't speak to E or J, we could talk to A. And by regroup and think about it again, they mean talk to A. Yeah, but 750 volts. If combined, they form a giant robot. Well, there's something we can't do anyway. We gotta wait for the doors to open when Marco and Ray decide to come out. You know, for an art student turned pizza delivery guy turned... I forget what his final degree was. He knows a lot about trains and their operations. I didn't check his shirt before. Was he always wearing bichromatic meridian? I think he was. So he spills my name. My name's exposed from the start. And there goes the train. My name known to old man A eccentric girly. He's gonna stab us in the back. He is sweating. Oh, she mutes? Unable to see. We're taught about introducing ourselves, though. She could speak for herself even if she can't see, right? And unable to hear. Young girl with headphones. He saw her on the train. I see the headphones now. So E is blind and deaf, might be important to know. She's verbal. She knows verbal French. I suppose sign language would be difficult. Jasmine doesn't care about girls. Marco doesn't care about this girl. That's okay, Simon. You're maintaining politeness. We are probably waiting. 246. For the last team to arrive, then we're allowed into the lounge, where Smiley will explain the dating game. It's not cool, bro. Last team. Is one of these going to be the cool one who wore the mask with the teeth? Is this the protagonist from Birth Me Code? I can't remember. I seem to recall she was blonde. I can't remember if she was a twin. So this means that everyone in this death game who was on the train, every single last one of them, nobody was wearing a mask. So this is clearly cosmic punishment for social irresponsibility. He's not into E, but he's into blonde twins. Got it? H and G. Who I am sure would get confused with over and over. H wears a pin, but her shoulder is blocking her sister, so I can't see if her sister does either. They both got the same wings coming out for their tank, same scarf. I do not know if they're wearing the same hair deck. So as far as I can tell, there's no way to tell them apart. You know, maybe it's just the art style, but Ray, despite being described as gruff all the time, and in massive, violent terms, has some really soft eyes. He seems gentle. Oh, when the text says he was frightening the twins, he's closing his eyes all softly, because he understands while he is massive and seen threateningly. He's a soft man at heart. Yeah, see, that tells me, with that flippancy, that he hasn't got much attachment to Ray. That's also a nickname. A joker, an old man, twins, childhood friend, disabled girl, and a big idiot. Which one's the big idiot? Is he talking about himself? No, that's just 7. And I was there too. That's a bit harsh towards Ray. He's big, sure. Okay, alright. Conservation detail. When they mention that the TV, the ridiculous, could allow us to pass into another dimension, it will. It absolutely will. That is how the chart is gonna work in this one. No, it's not. Though from what I could tell, blue ribbon on H, pin on H. G hasn't spoken up, so I don't know if G's any different. The E girl. They could. If they put somebody else on the track, then they could walk over the bridge. Maybe we get 2 or 3 bodies deep to be safe. If they have 2 people going across the track, and then 2 on top, and then 2 on top, then 2 people could cross safely. Okay, so I have options on who to talk to. This is gonna be the choice for how this initial thing is gonna split, isn't it? Where's my progress is saved if I go back to the main menu. Segment, easing in. ASing in all the segments gonna be with an AS in the middle. Progress is saved as I exit out, so alright. I wanna see. I can't access the flowchart yet. Which is clever. I want to see what splits, if any, we're at. Hey Zoku Boon, ASing in. Since you're here, Zoku, any idea who you want to talk to yet? The team that is composed of an old man and a young blind mute? Billy Ray Cyrus all by himself? Childhood crush and childhood friend? Or 2 twins who are exactly alike, same pin, same hair deck? This is game 1 of the ABiMe series. Goes Head-Ass Code, then Birth Me Code, which I played in 2021. Then Decide for God comes out later this year. You know nothing about the series other than watching you play it? Well, you did watch Birth Me Code then, so you're familiar with it. It's kind of like the Zero Escape games. And its inspiration. So you're saying twins, assuming they are twins. Might as well. It's probably gonna lock us into some route. Ow, bit my tongue. But I know nothing about anybody else, so might as well. So physically I can't tell them apart, but G seems a bit meeker. Your brain is a colander. That's okay, Zoku, so is mine. Since it has been a couple of years. There's a lot I don't remember from the second game. Which is fine, because this is the first one, right? Since this is technically game 1 of the series. Forgetting details from the second game is perfectly fine. So G is meek. I'm gonna write that down. Sure, we couldn't. So, G is meek and H is self-centered and doesn't believe that anybody else can form a close bond because nobody else is a twin. Because these two are older. 24 years old. They don't hear the pitch, as well as the twins do. Smiley. Which means take notes, class. This will be important to your survival. Now, having played the second game first, do we know for sure that E is blind and deaf? Or is she experiencing things through a mask, a proto-mask similar to Smiley's own? Are we though, Smiley? Or was it a facsimile? As many as the laws of robotics, is there not a zeroth law? I have no idea, Zoku. I've seen a zeroth law pop up here or there in fiction, but I never read classic Asimov myself. Zeroth law of thermodynamics. Not that. Laws of robotics. There's a Wikipedia article. First law, second law, third law, and a zeroth law. Robot may not harm humanity, or by inaction allow humanity to come to harm. Okay. So that does mean if he wants to keep the Asimov law of robotics rule, there is a potential for a secret fourth rule or zeroth rule. Okay, so all the button does is make our numbers appear. Want to write down who is everyone's numbers, and I got their teams, got their nicknames. Must team up with an additional person. Team must team up. No, you must team up with an additional person. If you break this rule by leaving for the many scanner gates before you find them, you'll be severely punished. All this says, though, is an additional person. You're not saying who just yet. That doesn't say you have to find the ninth person. That just said you have to team up with an additional person. Ah, there you go. Figure out the person who will help you leave. The two among you be allowed to do so. The two among you. Does that include the ninth person? Does that mean the ninth person and one other? Is the ninth person looking for their escape person? This is a dating game after all. It could be dating for us or the dating for the ninth. Rule number 2. Stations in pairs, alright. Forbidden to enter the staircase with more than one partner. Instant punishment. This is actually Among Us prototype. I'm actually not sure. Because Among Us was 2018, right? And if I go to the IGDB, it has code in its current release was like 2020, but the original version was 2018. So it's at about the same period for release. It was huge in 2020. Among Us was straight up the 2020 game of the year despite being a 2018 game. For now may only go one direction. And I still think that emote looks like a snob. I know it's a thing wearing a hoodie of a dinosaur or something, but it looks like a pink snob with the face and the spikes. Rule number 3, what about the 0th rule? Is it a spacesuit? I have the tablet all the way here, so... I'm seeing dinosaur hoodie. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Punished always in the same way. Decapitation. Now hold on. When we were talking to Jasmine in the future before we lost our memory, she said somebody might have died. If it was decapitation, that's pretty clear cut. A full circular laser, detach your head and cauterize the wound. They don't want it to be too gory. This is how they keep the rating. Yeah, no, that's not very painful then. Instantaneous severing of the brain from the body? That's almost merciful. You know, apart from the whole kidnapping us from the Montreal Metro and putting us into this death game in the first place. I mean, we all are, G. Okay, so to tell H and G apart, put them in a scenario where one is more likely to say chuckle fuck. H has clearly not played Ill Bleed. She does not realize the value of the roof escape helicopter. Wait a minute, that's right. One person, at least one person would have died by this. Not by this point, but at the point where we wake up. Wouldn't be this early in, though. We've seen Ray, we know that Ray's alive. Also, Ray has clearly not tried to break open a bike lock. Those things are small too. These things usually start with one person dying, though, to like show force, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that Birth Mikoto somebody died right away. 999 has the assumption that somebody died right away. So that in mind, Ray got really lucky then. Where did I put that thing that I never incorporated to my stream deck? Yeah, in 2020, man, you know someone's gonna make the joke. Though Marco's looking pretty suspicious at his bichromatic meridian shirt. He picked up merch from development. He knows things. I don't know about that. Those robes are very form concealing. Yeah. Wow, Jasmine. Tossing your childhood friend under the train. Yes, just to call this. Need to know whose numbers are what. Especially if this all goes back down to the first puzzle. The blue 5 and red 3 equal 9. Maybe it's nothing, but I am fixated onto that puzzle. One through 4. So 1 through 4. So 1 is G, 2 is me, 3 is Marco, and then 4 were A. 3 is Marco. Who's 5? Numbers 5 through 8 were H, Ray, E, and Jasmine. Where's Ray? There's Ray. That means Jasmine and I are 2 and 8. 2, 8, 3, 6, 4, 7, 4, and then 5, 1. And then 9. 9 is the unknown. Question mark, question mark. But it could be the combination. That very first puzzle that we had minimal interaction on. Blue 5, red 3, 9. Which would be Marco and H. And we have colors too. But blue 5 is aqua instead. And red 3 is orange instead. Gonna mark these down as well. G had green. Where's G? This might be important, you never know. Marco had orange. A had yellow. These could simply be the roots. Who had cyan though? When we saw Jasmine get shot, he saw a flash of cyan. Worked on yellow. H had aqua. E had red. Battery needs charging. And Jasmine had purple. There's a port. If there was only one color per team, I would think maybe that's the route they're taking on the train. Do I just have the conspiracy board off to the side? You joke, Zoku. Where was that? You joke, but the first time I was playing this game, I might as well have. Like, I was straight up severely into note-taking on every single detail. Partially for the puzzles, but partially to figure out this whole thing that is the ontological mystery. And you have redeemed by an actual NFT and by actual non-fungible token. JPEGs of the internet, anybody could copy. But a stick-it note. I haven't put it up on the wall yet, but I have updated the NFT security. It is now on corkboard with push pins for even better security, so it doesn't even fall off. Other NFTs cannot promise that. So what do you want, Zoku? What do you want your NFT to be of? The NFT is of a conspiracy board. See somebody right-click say that, even if they did right-click and save it. You have your original right here. And if it falls off, you can just put it right back on. Absolute security. The blockchain cannot promise that. But you said NFT is of a conspiracy board, so I'm assuming that's what you want? Okay, let me see. Let me see. Almost done with your custom, bespoke, truly non-fungible what's-its? You actually did think I had a whiteboard I was scribbling on? Nah, it's all just notepad. The classic notepad from how long? We've gone through this many games of notes already, with only this much left. There. 1. Freshly minted NFT of a conspiracy board. Might be backwards. I can't quite tell. And secured for all time. Says Jasmine, because she couldn't figure out a simple 5 plus 3 makes 9 puzzle. After how many times the train's been waiting, he's still surprised the train waits. Do they get to choose at the teams though? Because how it's been presented so far is that we have me and Jasmine, Marco and Ray, because we split up. Marco and Ray split up. And then ENA, H and G, we all came on the same train too. By twos, I mean. But nothing in the rules necessarily says that we have to stay by those teams. Then you use your lotion. That's what you got that pocket lotion for, not just for your tattoo. And so what you do is you go off in pairs of 2. And then once you get to your station, you throw yourself onto the 750-volt rail out of spite, just so that last person becomes extra suspicious. Can they tell that in this underground, fully concrete and steel room? I feel like this is important information. But I'm having doubts about the initial assumption. Are they going just off where they're going initially? This side going towards the north. I don't see any markings. Would it make sense going the other way, going north then? I'll just have to take their word for it. Okay, they are splitting up based on who will arrive with who. But do they have to? Is that going to be the game changer? Jasmine or Marco? But Ray would be alone? Wouldn't need to, Simon, because he rapped with Jasmine. And who was to say that a pre-existing link has to exist? That's ultimately what this is. It's less who do I want to go with. More, who am I deciding is going to go with Ray? Didn't trust Marco with Ray. Ah, I don't get a choice! And so okay, alright, so it doesn't matter then. Because we came with Jasmine. Marco came with Ray already. Alright. Maybe this is how pairs are meant to be, but that was the case. Then why would we have arrived in the ways we did? But it's too late now, you made your choice. Cracking a weird cone, huh? Maybe I should mark down that the initial team was me and Marco. And then Jay plus Ray. Yeah, man, this is her first time seeing you in 4 years after you ditched her in Vancouver? And then you're ditching her with a guy that nobody likes? Simon is so dense. There's only one direction to take. The bathroom. And then I'll continue once I come back. Plus my tea is running low anyway. Going through this tea way fast this cold morning. But also a bit that this is early game introduction stuff. So it's lots of reading, lots of time to drink tea before it gets to like the more interactive puzzly aspects. One Direction, Twins the First Train. And then us in the second, then who knows for 2 and 3. She thought too hard earlier and hurt her head. Here, bring stuff here real quick. Garde manger. Whatever that was, do you not speak French, Simon? Thought this was his town. Doesn't speak. I'm gonna write that down. That is really suspicious, Simon. Simon, the non-francophone. That is extra evidence. Smile's identity, train's direction, current time, group's age spread. We got what? 2 teenagers? A group of people in their 20s vaguely? One kind of middle-aged, one old? Guinea's going the You're in America, speak English route. It's the opposite, Zoku. This is Montreal. And Simon is supposed to be this Montreal guy. So how is Simon, like, whatever that means, when it comes to common French? That's a really amazing thing. He's lived here, he's studied here, he works here. Let's talk about what to talk about. What time is it? Oh, he's with us. Oh, they're with us. I thought it was 2 to a compartment. Canadian French different from the French? I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure that the Quebecois has its own differences than, say, the proper Parisian French. Oh, the watches are broken! I think that is probably on purpose. They probably smashed everybody's watches and phones. Simon, at least a good couple of weeks. People who are intentionally done with the same everywhere? I suppose so, Zoku. Simon doesn't strike me as a stupid type. He seems pretty intelligent. He's got good analytical skills. He's gone to college twice. But he is simply a coward at heart. And that cowardice in his heart holds him back in so many things. Earlier than 6:20? I assumed we were all kidnapped at once at the same train. What if he weren't? What if he were picked up at several times across the day? Okay, Google. If our Quebecois protagonist does not know what a garde-manger is. Garde-manger is a cool, well-ventilated area where cold dishes such as salad, hors d'oeuvres, appetizers, canapes, and terrines are prepared and other foods are stored under refrigeration. So I can't even say, oh, well, that's it then. He doesn't know because he's on the industry, but he is. He's a food service delivery boy. He is a restaurant thing. Old man going first. And then we never see him again. But then who's gonna be next? Biblioteca. ¿Dónde está biblioteca? But then he should get off next. He could digest some wisdoms. Where my cursor was, he's holding it. The brain is all about just chemical signals. That is why I don't listen to hunger. Once a day. In the evening. Because if I imbibe anything before that, then the brain starts saying, hey, that was delicious, eat that, eat this, you want more. So we are going to get the digestion lecture from him after this. And he's forgotten. He started the game amnesiac. So he's gotten the lecture, and didn't even remember it. No stray hairs, no straight skin flakes. Okay, so the first time right. The first time through was the start of the game, at the tutorial I stuck. We were playing all amnesiac with a bit of concussion, so it was minimal interaction, so this should be our first full one with full puzzles. Full exploration allowance. Is that going to be Marco's overarching plot? Marco is hungry. Red Warrior wants food badly. Gotta feed your body though, Marco. Even lifeblood has to be fed. And books is basically wood. So he could eat whatever is not relevant to the puzzle. And there's computers, so if he wants a bite to eat. A room beyond the window. I just love the smirk expression. Every single time it makes a cheap joke. Next time I mix that face, I get a screenshot it for my purposes. Crack the code! Okay, where's the map first? Okay, so this time we're over here, right? Up the stairs this way. This bit blocked off. And exit down over here. What it? Because you know the eyeballs are the interactions, not the interaction, the look commands. What if there were hidden look commands outside the eyeballs? Be quiet, this is the library. Also not in French. Hold on, where's the hide? There's the hide. Perfect. Marco, Marco, Marco. Polo, Polo, Polo. His name is Marco Martin. Is that important to know? Marco Martin. I really doubt it's going to be important, but just in case. Martin! That handwriting is way too small to be... Can't even read that. Good job, me. Trash bin. What's the trash bin? I can interact with the trash. The spark of inspiration flash. Hole on the second floor. Here? Oh, that. Oh yeah, this whole area here. There's not exactly doors or any access there that I could see. Is this conversation to justify that the artist forgot to put stairs or something? Forgot to join it here? Can we actually go up? Oh, we can't actually go up. Unless we shimmy to here. Climb across this bookshelf and then jump over. Nothing important with the paintings. The clock is at numbers. TW? What is that? JHS? LAG? EDOC? That is suspicious, but maybe if we go upstairs first. Then we can interact. To use the right temperature. Middle name? Anastasia Plante. Is this some kind of punchline that I'm not clinical enough to know? A little silly in the head. It's roommate banter. Well, he mentioned like white-haired, a bit weird. Made me think about the hostess in the next game over. I don't think she's Anastasia though. I don't think she was real. So far, out of these observable points, only the trash bin has been useful. How about the computers? No? Nothing for computers? Okay, Mark, what are your thoughts? We still haven't seen her own outfit. We've only seen her face in the crack the code little screen thing. Pizza wheat. He did. He passed his class. His old crush came over, his old childhood friend crush. And now this? Well, I don't know. I could talk to him more. Keep talking to him. Ray was a teacher to M 2 years ago. So they had a connection. They had a connection and a reason to be tied together, to arrive together, and to team up together. M's teacher. A teacher of important life lessons. Hold on, eraser. M's boyfriend. X. Maybe university tie? No, Jasmine never went. She went to Vancouver. They could all be tied to Simon in some way. Simon joining Jasmine, joining Marco, and then through that Simon connection, Simon to Marco's teacher. Trash. What's in the trash? The trash bin itself is full to the floor, but could we look inside of it? You found a thing, Marco, but didn't even tell me. Cephalocodex. The head book? Study on the variables of the head. Izuku, he's gaining points for the smug face and the jokes, but losing it on hiding the evidence? Key with an eye for a handle on the cover. Montreal Transport Society. Simon, again. Just because this place looks like the metro doesn't mean it might actually be. What's it missing? The pages? Empty of writing completely? So puzzle number 1. A key to open the book. They're making it clear early on that in this universe, ground floor is first floor. Ground relative to down here. Simon, let's not overcomplicate this. But this is a basement. We don't know how deep we are anyway. He's confusing himself. Dang, Marco, really? You guys got the secret strength? And I can see the clock. Back upstairs, you. The whole point is to get up here. Golden key in the empty recess. But nothing for the clock yet. The way this works out mechanically does feel a bit simpler than Birth Me code. Less clicking around for things, less combining items. Less room to get lost, I guess. But less room to deviate. And spend half an hour going to the wrong puzzle first, because this looks like a puzzle to me. A clock whose numbers are replaced with the letters. That is suspicious. A black key with a tiny handle shaped like a clock. It must be for the poster. Okay, not all of these letters make up cephalocodex. You have a D, an L, and cephalo. Well, I guess D is too. Anything that isn't. S isn't. J isn't. My spot is at the end after every other. As the milliseconds add up to hours, line me. I do so wonder what the next step could be. It's the first proper search room. It's allowed to be easier. Yeah, but what order? Which hand for L, which hand for AST? I hear a click. Did it work? The clock opened. That's it. Oh man! These puzzles are so easy! Sandwiches and electronics. Marco, did you know? Is this why he wanted this room? We solve the puzzles and we get fed. What if the sandwiches themselves are part of the puzzle? And we just ate the clues? Remember when you shared something about sandwiches? I don't actually. Wait a minute. Way at the very beginning of the game, when we splitted ways, something that Marco said reminded Simon of something, but he didn't say what. I figured it might have been something way in the past, but could have been from here onward. Marco, you were talking about separating the head from the body in a game where we established that decapitation is an option. Is this going to be relevant? Like if somebody loses their head and then quickly attach it to a different body? Oh man, is that going to be a thing? It's quick cauterization after all. Is it quick enough that we could decide to put the head onto something else and reattach it? No, that'd be too complex. I'd be like, all sorts of immune stuff you gotta plan out as well. And the nerve endings, cooking those all together. But the signal could be wrong, Simon. That's the point, like me. If I feel hungry, that means, dude, you've eaten too much. Your body demands to consume more. It doesn't work all the time. It doesn't work perfectly. He wants to play all semantics, but I'd say yes. If Marco pokes me in the stomach and touches my shirt, I would account that as poking me. One point for Simon. 5,367 for Marco. You got 2 points, Simon. You also got the train seat first. Oh, we broke his heart, though. yet to see what are the locations. But there's no eyeballs. If I don't have eyeballs, then I can't look at it. And I can't access the map here. We still have one of those in 2022. In April 2022, there should be still. If this is taking place the same day we were kidnapped. What even is wisdom, he says, the biblioteca. I don't get to put in the password myself, not for the next game. Is this just because it's an early room and an early puzzle, or is this like an actual complaint that the players had? Like, please give us more interactivity, let me put in the passcode. And so for the second game they said, yes, you may have this. Way to tick. These trains all appear to be uniform blue from the outside. When Jasmine got shot, he saw cyan. That might not have been the train itself or a line on the train, it could have been the person. Have you met anybody who was dressed in cyan? Do I have files? I got save files. Is there a trick, a hint in the save files as there is in Birth Me Code? We're in Segment Asylum now. 0/19. 0/19 is on everything though. So it probably isn't like each number on the save file is what universe you're in or whatever. It's probably 0/19 of a specific thing unlocked or seen. Probably endings or roots or something. Or completion. What extras do we have? CG art, lexicon, searches. I can't access the searches. I could do lexicon or CG art. G and H, pretty sure neither had cyan. Unless the pants count as cyan. Jasmine Caron Bernier. I got the full name in here if you know it. Does not have any otherworldly capabilities. Eyesight is fine even without her glasses, which is why she really looks through them. Yeah. These fashion glasses, people. She is an One-san type. A truly ideal candidate for leadership? The extent of Simon's affection towards her unclear, but he secretly misses her after 4 years. This feels like this is somebody else's dossier on us. So I wonder if there's like hints in here too. Marco Martin, 24 years old, not too weak, doesn't harbor any otherworldly capabilities. What do you two have for otherworldly? No otherworldly capabilities, no otherworldly capabilities. I feel like there's a reason that everyone's character profiles mentions whether or not they have otherworldly capabilities. Master's degree in a complex scientific field. Even going into the lexicon, you cannot cheat and find out what it was. Can't go to wars without the stupid pun or joke, but still smart, master's degree, but very lazy. Simon's roommate for 3 years, and might harbor feelings for him. So we have options then so far, Marco or Jasmine, childhood best friend, or our oh my goodness they were roommates. Metro Montreal subway composed of 4 colored lines. Orange is the longest, 31 stations. Blue is 12 stations, like a lightning bolt. Green is made of 27 stations. Yellow is 3. Impossible to include all those stations in the game. Never say impossible, Miralamou. There were plans to add a 6th line, a pink line to the complex system. If the pink line exists by 2022, apologies for the inaccuracy between reality and fiction. Feel free to imagine its existence. Now I gotta look this up. Montreal Metro. We're in 2023 now. So this should be updated information. Oh no, looks like they lucked out. Assuming that the website itself is up to date. I only see orange, blue, green, and yellow. They got spared the inaccuracy. Unless it somehow opened up in 2022 and then closed by 2023. Ephemerally existing just long enough to make the game inaccurate. Montreal has a fine arts museum. Simon Fournier. Oh, that's us. Oh, look, I can see us. First time seeing his actual full model. And it's covered up by text and hidden in shadow. Very average guy, without any otherworldly This is without any otherworldly capabilities whatsoever. Without any whatsoever. Does not have any. Doesn't harbor any. Doesn't have any, doesn't have any. Okay. Cowardly guy. Indecisive, uncertain. Always imagine the worst case scenario. Yep, that's me. You're wondering how I got into the situation, huh? So we are writing this. Yep, that's me. So this isn't like some high organization keeping dossiers on us. This is Simon's notes then. What's Ray say? 50 years old, built like a truck, tall and imposing. No otherworldly capabilities. Does anybody have otherworldly capabilities then? Flask with a suspicious drink. Oh, I thought that was a lotion bottle. That looked more like a lotion bottle to me, so I thought it was just maintaining some new tattoo to keep it moist. There is no one. Look elsewhere. They have died, no longer there. Different person, who, me or you? Is that a hint? Is that a spoiler? Because we've already seen Jasmine die before falling back into our memories. The gentle twin, Simon, Marco, old man, other twin, Ray, enigmatic girl, and Jasmine. Are the rules in here too? There's E, 27. Does she have otherworldly abilities? Okay, this is what I came here for. Her shoulderless dress is kinda blue. Maybe you can count that as a cyan. So maybe she's the shooter? I don't see any mention about otherworldly abilities on her though. How about A? No otherworldly capabilities. Every single one of these profiles says that somebody has no otherworldly capabilities. Except for E when there's no mention of it. Only that the world around her doesn't seem to faze her. There's that absence of evidence that somebody has otherworldly abilities. CG art is just for like the backgrounds or whatever, the full spreads. So nothing for the characters themselves. Okay. Still can't access the flow. But we are on Asylum now. I just wanted to see if I can get like a better picture of people's profiles. Like how they look. What color people seem to be associated with. Even he thinks that the puzzle in that room was too simple. Booted up a tablet, fed the answer. Please tell us A&E. Were your puzzles any more difficult? Did they get sandwiches too? Exit, but were there sandwiches? What if it turns out that those blue lights are not scanners at all, and they must start getting some very important hints? They're assuming it's going to kill them, but they haven't tested it yet. Now, what's the rule? Number 1, must team with an additional missing person. Stations in pairs. What happens if somebody dies? If then you have an odd number of people, then you can't have pairs for everyone. Okay, so the rest of us get to learn her tactile language. It was cowardice ring his head again. A braille pen condenses matter within air into a solid form. Process of turning something from a gaseous state to a solid one. Is he describing like how pens transform our thoughts into written word? Just figuratively? Or is this actual sci-fi stuff? Okay, so to communicate with E, I have to swap between another 25 pens, so 26 pens for every letter that I need. What if instead of 3D printing the bumps, if it forced a pattern of holes into the papers, you turn it over, and there's the bumps right there. No punctuation pens, you gotta heavens vault this. Just slam all the letters together with no punctuation breaks. just an armful of pens now. So he's not exactly doing this to help us communicate with E. He's simply tired of the load. That is because A himself is Smiley. The letter A is right there in Smiley. See, you can't see it because it's hiding, but there is an invisible A. It's like a silent letter, but hidden. He locked us out. Well done, Marco. Hey, chillin' chum. Not fixing the issue, making more, Nero-sama. Minute ago, response to Vedal. This isn't your, the thing you're making, right? With their gameplay AI? Watch a few minutes of Nero-sama, think you're oh, that's not the game thing. Is this some sort of VTuber kind of thing, then? He's gonna break the other console to this rate. Is that the one that was banned from Twitch for a little while? I haven't kept up with those, I just like see whatever thing falls by my timeline and whatnot. Perfect, he says, locking out all the consoles. He put his code this time, right? Putting other consoles too. Not allowed to erase stuff or enter more complex stuff except this one. Okay, so maybe we locked one, but it won't let us lock another one. The code we had, and that locks it. Okay. Guess we're still waiting for the twins then. I've heard it was fixed, like, that's the same AI, right? Like, I heard that chat was being chat, and fed it some questions, where its non-committal answers sounded really bad at that pairing, and so afterwards, they put a bit of extra moderation into what it was allowed to say, and in babysitting the thing. At least that's what I've read. Unless the twins are already dead. Oh, it's got cute emotes too already? That was quick. I mean, I guess it would be pretty popular by now if it's got like articles and things about it. So the AI hitting affiliate already shouldn't be too surprising. And Twitch just gave it to her. Yeah, see? That is totally a lotion bottle. Looks more like a lotion bottle with a flask. Sooner we catch that fucker. You talk about Smiley? Neurosama is actually cute. And mostly lucid. I find that most VTubers tend to be on both those categories. One of you isn't like the others. Well, yeah, we know that already. I mean, we have our suspicions that Smiley might be among us. But apart from the twins, everyone is fairly unique from each other. None smile with thine my mask. Okay, alright. We have played the entire Zero Escape series before. We have played Birth Me Code. Oops, go back up, go back up. I see an anagram, or potential anagram. None smile with thine my mask. This calls for a trip to the internet anagram server. None smile with thine my mask. Okay, anagrams. What are we going to get here? Anagrams 4, loading, loading, loading. Yeah, none smile with thine. With thine my mask. Let's take it a bit for it to figure it out. It sounds like archaic spelling and accident first chip. It could be. Of course, these ontological mysteries aren't strangers to misspelling a bit of the anagram. 108,697 anagrams found. A Wheelies Meek Simony Mit Simon. It's got Simon in there. Could I include must include Simon? Must include this word. Simon! Now I must know if there's any Simon-based anagrams. You have little ability, chillin'? That is exactly why I am using the Internet Anagram server. I could take the time to puzzle out what the anagram could possibly mean, or I could let the internet do it. Simon a Wheelies Mink Minty. Simon a Enemies Him Twinkly. Simon a Heel Immensity Wink. Simon a Likewise 90. Simon a Weenies Methyl. I should probably exclude A. But it might still be important, like Simon A Enemies. Simon A Enemies. Simon A Endless T. Simon A Weenies. I'm guessing the Simon A Weenie Him line of anagrams probably isn't right. Simon a Sweetie, link in. You'd have better luck finding subtext in spite of being on the autism spectrum somewhere. Maybe. And this could be a red herring too. Of course, there being like, what was it, 106,000 possible anagrams that the server had found. Before I narrowed it down to putting Simon in there. 108,000. I think when the game deigns to give us the answer to the anagram, that'll be fine. Yeah, Marco, there were additional letters to force the anagram. It was eager to see Simon in there. Advanced anger. Maybe the one who isn't like the... What's the text again? Not the mask thing, the other one. Show them that. One of you isn't like the other. That could just mean the ninth person is one of us. It could be Smiley, or it could be the secret ninth person. Nothing says the secret ninth person isn't one of us. The speaking sounds are abrasive sounding? Oh, you're not a fan of a chillin' show? I like it. Especially how they have like different tones with the different speakers. I think it's cool. I-E as in me-E. This guy's played some games before. You messed up now, man. You got Jasmine's disapproval. Hearing people speak computers unnerving. I mean, it's not the first game to have the style. It's kind of like Animalese. If you set the Animalese to beeps, you could have him actually do the sound. The one who isn't like the others. The twins. There are two of them. That is wholly unique from everybody else. And the last to arrive. Is G gonna be an anagram dynamo? The link between everyone that the 8th wouldn't share. I've already noted, actually, that at least 4 characters have ties to Simon. There's Simon in the middle. Jasmine is Simon's childhood best friend and crush. Marco is Simon's roommate for the past 3 years. And Ray is Marco's teacher, or was 2 years ago. That is 4 people connected directly to Simon. So that is a joining. What's missing then is how are E, A, H, and G connected, and if they connect to Simon. The long-haired Colonel Sanders. Which one's that? A? The kind of like oldish guy, dressed all funny like? Gotta put all your codes in then. We got 2 codes put in already, just need you twos. And then Jasmine and Ray's. And time to talk to people again. Who's it gonna be? Ray, our roommate who's got a crush on us. E or H? We spoke to G and H already. Oh, you know what? It could be building up like relationship points sort of thing. This is a dating game after all. But I'm pretty sure in Birth Me Code there was also an aspect of trying to build up. Was it trust, suspicion in characters? That determined how the voting game went and who died. So who you got close to, who would die on a route. But that was Birth Me Code. Birth Me Code had a different thing going on, mechanically wise. So it could be we want to build closeness or relationship, or maybe not. Everyone is not Simon except Simon. It is true. Everyone else shares the quality of not being Simon. Simon is the only one who is Simon. And thus Simon is unique in that aspect. Let's talk to Ray. We've spoken to G and H already. We've spoken to Marco a few times. E, we haven't formally talked to. We got plenty of like cutscene interaction with him. Ray, we've been ignoring. Ray is already the odd duck out, so let's go talk to him. Against my better judgment. Business to take care of and things to do. I think I see what it is. If it's not a lotion bottle, it's glue. He's drinking glue. That doesn't strike me as a flask cap, but that is definitely a glue cap. This is still early in, so I barely know anything about anybody and what anybody's connections are. This is merely the early part of taking lots of paranoid notes to eventually suss out the plot. And the game does promise a flowchart mode that we haven't seen yet. So I'm sure we'll have plenty of chances to make mistakes. I like how when you save and go back to menu, it doesn't exactly take you back to where you left off, but like a line before it, to better catch you up. As well as troll logic, because it points out being connected to someone wouldn't help unless one of the peeps isn't connected to anyone at all. Like 6 degrees of separation. I'm figuring it's a degrees of separation type thing. Like Simon isn't directly connected to Ray, but since Ray was a teacher of Marco some years back, then that's still a degree linking them together. And not everyone seems to know everyone. Like Marco would know Ray from their past as teacher and student, but Jasmine wouldn't know Ray directly, Simon doesn't know Ray directly. And so the question becomes then, what about the old man? What about the blind deaf girl? What about the twins? The lexicon seems to imply that the twins are also students and would be graduating soon. So it could be we're all joined to university in some way. That's the rub, isn't it, Chillin' Chum? It's not that everyone knows each other directly. Like with Ray. Marco knows Ray, and that's a link to connect to Simon and Jasmine. Ray is pretty much a stranger to half those links. But through Marco, through Simon, they somehow all form a chain. So it wouldn't have to be direct acquaintances. If they have some other connecting whatever, that we haven't found out what that is yet. But putting too much thought into it is half the fun. And so gets us the lounge of the note, you don't know what you have till it's gone. Maybe what links us all is the lack of otherworldly power. And whoever has it is the odd one out. They had a bedroom, a planetarium of some kind, a biblioteca, and a pantry. Oh yeah, that's right, they had the, what was it? The guard manga that they went in first. Simon refuses to think about the possibility that these aren't the stations he knows and loves. Could try going back down. But we didn't have full access for exploration here the first time through. Obvious thing first. How would he have deja vu yet? He hasn't seen it in the future yet. Maybe he's already looping. H doesn't know. H is very extroverted, very gruff in the front, doesn't know the weight of her own words. Oh, she's a smartass. I'll leave Jasmine to that and get my escape. Yttrium batteries. You are making stuff up. Yttrium. The role of yttrium content in improving no, I guess he's not making stuff up. LYP batteries. There's no water. Ah. So we have to get drunk. That's the trick here. They put us here in this lounge for food and drink, but all the drink is 30% minimum. Marco doesn't like coconut. Oh, then he is right out then. The files were saying that Marco has a little bit of a crush on me. But if he can't hang with coconut, then he can't hang. Voting Marco off the island? I mean, if he's allergic Zoku, that can't be helped. But considering how much coconut exists in particles in the air around me by virtue of all my food and drink, he wouldn't live. It'd be poisonous for him to hang around me. So sorry, Marco. Sometimes even cool people are incompatible. Is there even such thing as a coconut allergy? It's not exactly a tree nut. If you have symptoms of coconut allergy and experience symptoms eating foods that contain coconut, it's real? Rash and hives, upset stomach, wheezing or coughing, swelling of the lips, tongue and face. Exposure to skincare products and shampoos containing coconut, contact dermatitis is more common. That sounds tragic. This poor fellow then, that is straight up in the range of disability. Simon, that is why I bring my own. You can never be too careful. What, Jasmine, you're suggesting people could design things to look gold? You and me both, Chill and Chum. That's why this shocked me so much. Unless you mean the cold temperature allergy. Both would be tragic. Yeah, Marco, I thought you went to the bar. We were sleeping on that couch. So we were sleeping in Marco's dirty footprints. I think Marco might have a bit too high standard for cushions. We know for a fact that it's not a good couch. It is too firm. And now we have the evidence of it being too firm. Really? I mean, I guess it's good for sitting but not for sleeping though. Because we know for a fact that waking up... But he could have been concussed too. He did wake up amnesiac, he forgot all this before. So it could be more whatever knocked him out that made the nap uncomfortable. What I mean though, Chillo, is that the game opens up with Simon having lost his memory, waking up on this couch, and complaining about how bad of a nap he had. So, we know Simon's preferences, that he doesn't like sleeping on couches as a rule. But we also know that if he woke up with amnesia, he was probably hit hard enough to black out, to lose his memory, so probably might have a mild concussion in the very near future. So it could be it's the best couch in the world, but it could just be that his preference for a situation is keeping him from enjoying it. It's an air conditioner. You don't know that, A. It might. We are literally on a planet. A massive cosmic object with a huge gravitational field, orbiting an even bigger gravitational object. We have all the gravitational force we need. I just noticed they were similar glasses. Jasmine doesn't wear hers often because she doesn't need them, which makes you wonder why she's wearing them now that she's among people. But they're both wearing square red frames. Okay, so Jasmine is connected to Simon. Marco is connected to Simon. And Ray is connected to Marco. And then A is connected to Jasmine via her glasses. They both go to the same lens crafters. Game solved. That just leaves H and G for the odd ones out. AC needs DC to work. Oh, that's it? Nothing clever for the plants? How's the room layout here? Bar side, plant side. They have a bathroom. Just gotta go out, around, and there it is. But there's only one bathroom at a time. What if multiple people gotta go? Making us all wait? Pondering the orb for Chillin' Chum? Do we really all have to share the same bathroom? I guess we do. Wait, always out here. So we go out this way, try and make a left. And tragically, there goes the last of my tea already. There is a way out, it's right there, I checked the map. There's 2 doors out, 1 bathroom over to the left. What if different stations have their own bathrooms? And that's an incentive for us to get started and do more puzzles? Oh, here's the thing, Chill. Who's putting long black hairs in my drink still? Is that this is a bar sort of thing, and it's not too uncommon for some eateries or drinkeries to just have the bathroom, of which anybody could use, or multiple the bathroom that anybody could use. So, I'm not thinking do we have to share in the sense of like, do all of us of different genders have to share, but more so, what if we all just really have to go? Making us all wait. Yeah, but Jasmine, this is some resting. These are college boys, don't forget. You might have gotten off to the working world, but we stayed behind. M just finished his master's, so he really needs it. And A is preparing it, so it's all gonna be like gin and tonics anyway. A is a bit of a barista. Is this gonna be a clue I need to know? Was he the university barman? And that's what he means by a night of justice. Keeping us all suitably inebriated. Where's my pencil? Where's my pencil? A knows drinks. Is this gonna be a chance to make friends again? No alcohol. What you talking about it? Ah. Well then give her the soft drinks then. How about if we just borrow them from this side of the room? The explosion, no, fill us in. April of 2022. So was there one in New York? In like March or February of 2022? Yeah, this is in 2022 Chillin, so the one in Beirut that happened that was last year now, wasn't it? Would have been fresh news. Was there one? 2022 New York explosion. This is a fiction, so wouldn't necessarily have to have really been one. But there was sort of an apology in the notes about, like, if the pink line opens in 2022, we apologize for the inaccuracy. Manhole explosion, is that the one? April 11, 2022, manhole explosion in Times Square. Times Square manhole explosion. If that's it, then no wonder I can't remember it. This could be the first I heard of it. On the news pretty much worldwide, huh? The entire subway of New York exploded. You could tell Asoku that it didn't even register for most people. The entire subway of New York exploding didn't register for most. That thing! Well, like I said, this is a fiction, so despite their desire to, like, make the Montreal transit system as accurate as possible, it doesn't have to completely adhere to actual history. Like, apparently in this fiction, the COVID-19 pandemic disappeared in 2019. Or not in 2019, in 2021. Since that's a last year thing, it went away. So it could be a manhole explosion was bigger, that would happen in our world. There was a subway shooting? I had no idea. Only one station exploded. Okay, alright. So it wasn't a manhole, it wasn't the entire subway, just the one station. Hold up. This could be plot already. We remember just a manhole. No big deal. She remembers an entire subway. He remembers one station. Oh yeah, Chidam. The Montreal transit system was like the, it, or a facsimile of it, is the main setting of this game. And if I go back out into the notes, into the extra files, into the lexicon, it is such an important bit that they actually put a small apology if the pink line exists by 2022. They want to keep it as accurate as possible, and just in case an extra line that hasn't been built yet gets built early, they want us to pretend that it's actually there. I think Miracle Mood is from Montreal, or at the very least Quebec. So some Montreal stuff gets into the games, like the setting for Birth Me Code is a facsimile of a high school, I think, from Montreal. But like I was saying, our world, manhole explosion, her memory, entire subway, his memory, one station. This could be later plot leaking in already. It could be they remember different things because their different memories are all valid. He was saying time travel isn't possible. What if it is? What if it's not just time travel, but dimensional? Marco knows something. Marco has a really complex science degree, and apparently he shows up at the end of Birth Me Code. What if they had reading Steiner, but reading Steiner cross-dimensionally? His trick was opening up a can of Sprite. That was literally it. Okay, so notes. H likes grape. And Simon likes lime, was it? You know, that's going to be important later. Someone who didn't belong. The only thing I can get out of that note is that if I put it to the Internet Anagram server, the word Simon is a possibility, but there are 108,696 results found for anagrams for none, smile within thy mask, isolating Simon. That is a bit much to sort through. You're generally curious, Zoku, how much I needed to reference the legal pad for birth me? Well, like I said, where is it? There's VLR. There's your Clow. Which one's this? ZTV. Q equals spoilers. All this, right. Most of them are for puzzles. And so most of these notes for the puzzles I did need to go back to, just because puzzles are complex things. But for the ones about, like, plot things, I'm not sure. It was fun to sort through them. And I double-checked them constantly. But I think for the most part, it wasn't necessary to keep going back and forth to the notes to figure out the plot. It was just fun. I mean, heck, that's half the fun anyway, right? Like, going through this experience and trying to figure out what on earth is going on. The link everyone shared, he gets it. He's gonna figure out everyone is bound to him, that he is a central link. And all of this, all this huge kidnapping, these mystery rooms, are to teach him a bit of courage and confidence. We could ask Jasmine out already. What's he thinking? Could tie Marco to university. Jasmine never went. Ray belonged there. I mean, Marco just straight up said that Ray used to be his teacher. Also, why has Marco been so reluctant with his drink? Did A not make him the drink he liked? They didn't make him coconut, actually. And he told us. That's straight up what he told us. Is there a reason he wants to be reticent on this? Does he know somebody else? It's his caginess, because he knows somebody else here. And that would make another connection. The topic of Ray's drink, his outfit, his job, What do you mean, actually, it's about? Because isn't it about his university connection? Good time. Marco University, Jasmine never went. Jay felt like he belonged there. Couldn't, in good conscience, disregard a possible lead all three might be sharing. So what do you mean then? Actually, it's about? If not the university too. His outfit, his drinking, his job. Do I only get to choose the one? Is he drinking because of something that's making him not a university teacher as of 2 years ago? Let's go for the easy one. And if it's wrong, we can read Exchanger back over some other time. So he is a teacher. Haven't been able to do a second job lately, so money's low again. Employed by the university might be onto something, Children Chum. Employed by the university wouldn't necessarily mean that he is a teacher. He could have been in the past. If Marco recognizes him. So, Ray. University connection. Bunch of zoomers and a boomer. 2022. So yeah, I guess the 24-year-olds would count as zoomers. Doesn't recognize a granddad. And I'm pretty sure the twins are graduating high school, not university. Director or something, but that's only Ray's guess. It's not worth writing down yet. Wouldn't be admitted, Ray? Really? Do they not have accommodations for the disabled in the Montreal University? No classes for blind or deaf people. Well, blind and deaf in her case. I don't know, even for ADA in Chapter 9, I guess blind and deaf would make reasonable accommodation pretty difficult. She does know Braille. So she might be accommodated that way then. If she had all of her materials given to her via Braille. But I don't know Canada's university system, so maybe they do struggle with it. You never know, Ray. There are those super eager people with super eager parents who are like, yeah, I graduated college at 14 years of age. Then they end up missing all sorts of social development that they would have had in high school. Worked up over talking about them. That is a suspicious amount of ellipses. I don't think I've seen ... her before. He has. He might have known her. Elsewhere. The place with the waiting room. Might know Jay. And if there's a possibility of a hospital too, maybe it's not the university itself that links us, but some other facility. Oh, you're Canadian yourself, aren't you, Chittichuk? Canadian university that doesn't accommodate deaf blind sounds both outrageous and simultaneously what you'd expect if you grew up here, yes. High standards we never actually aim for in practice. That sounds about right. You mentioned researcher earlier, Chillinchuk, as a possibility for Ray. Maybe that's what connects them. Maybe not university directly for employment or as students, but could be some research joining them. Yeah, university hospitals too is a thing. And even if Jasmine went to school in Vancouver, and so did Simon for a while before coming back home, they're from around here, I think. So if there is a university hospital, they might have a reason to go prior to their own academics. If one exists, we don't know for sure though. I don't know Montreal schools. Jasmine making friends very well, I see. The search talked for a month or so. Oh, that surgeon also worked in University Hospital. Yeah. So as a concept, they do exist. But in this universe, I'm not sure if there is one yet. There could be. We just haven't confirmed it yet. That's it? That's all you said, Jasmine? So what secrets is H hiding? These two are going to end up having some kind of dark and dismal backstory that has G all meek, H so aggressive, but G knowing exactly how to control H. Could be, Simon, it could be. Ever since some things happened at school. If there's one thing we learned from Birth Me Code is that the series isn't shy about going to darker places sometimes, so who knows? Something about. One that's big enough, but not getting out. We get out any further issues. So it was get out. The drink sadly left on the counter. Ready to go then, huh? You've probably the cliche mindset, chillin'? That you love your country and people, just not sure you fit anymore? Well, it's a big wide world and you are young. If you got the wanderlust or you want to see where you fit in best, good time to do it. And if not, the future's not too bad either. You have your whole life ahead of you to sort yourself out. What do you think for now? It's 2:40 at my end. If we're gonna do another date, then I have got to grab the bathroom. There's only one bathroom in this lounge. So if we're all gonna board a train, this is my time to go before somebody else grabs it first. So I'll be right back. Then we'll see what the next room's going to be. Look, it's one can a day. One can a day is plenty light. Throwing your weight around, I see, Zoku. And diuretic is it. Don't forget though, it's not just the diuretic aspect. But it's also going through this giant mug of tea several times a day. So there was a lot to keep these kidneys clear and functioning. Okay, so where are we? Second date coming up. I'm gonna poke Jasmine's brain for what exactly happened with H. Ray choosing Marco this time, but Marco wasn't too enthused. The last time about the possibility. But here's the thing though. The idea that tea is a diuretic, well, technically it is. It's not enough to fully dehydrate a person. You are still getting so much more hydration from a cup of tea than you're losing from it encouraging you to pee. Though I had a boss who was so freaked out about the possibility that, oh no, tea is a diuretic, that when we had this big exercise out of the desert, we had this cooler of drink. And I had tea packets, I put tea in there to mix things up. It was like, no, that's a diuretic. Pour it out, I'll put the Gatorade in there. But it wasn't gonna kill us, you know? It's hydrating. It is literally water with leaf in it. Or in that case, water with powder that tastes like leaf in it. You want to Google most empathetic country chillin'? That is going to be tricky business. Given the subjectivity and people's reputations often not meaning reality. Like Canada. Like, you know Canada, right? Canada's got that international reputation as the nicest people on earth. Everyone loves a Canadian. They're also polite and helpful. Then you open a history book and it's like, oh yeah, Canada, great. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. And it's not all that better today, with all those oh-nos. So it's really hard to pick simply based on who's got nice people. And culture and politeness and stuff like that can like change so easily. As a mind virus that's been spreading so rapidly in the 21st century could attest to. So he used that she's not my never mind, even before the amnesia. Just because you're first in place for human rights doesn't mean I'm in the waste exactly. And who makes those lists? The ones making those lists like to put themselves at the top? Like, what is it? One of those indexes. There's one like... There's an index for like slavery or whatever. And the US is ranked really, really low on it, even though we have the prison labor that's allowed in the Constitution. We have migrant labor that turns into bonded labor, which is one of the biggest forms of recognized slavery today. But you look it up and it's always like, oh yeah, bonded labor, those poor maids over in the Arabias, and not, oh yeah, bonded labor, the migrant workers that get bussed into the US or flew onto the US and get their passports taken away. It's the exact same thing. But when you have the pool, you can kind of decide the metric. Twins together again. So far, I'm going to assume E and A went together too. It's only J, M, and S that are mixing it up these two rounds. At some point, E and S are going to be a thing. Since we have the bag with the pencils, but AS. Is that a hint in and of itself? Head AS code. Segment now is bypass AS. Is it the old man and Simon all along? Did they make up 9? Simon Everden. She has pep in her step because she's going with her own childhood crush. He doesn't know that it's mutual, and because he's too much of a coward, he's never gonna know. Come on, Simon. She put up this entire dating game just for you? Maybe? What you mean's a past of the past? Wouldn't want to mistakenly think grass is greener elsewhere? Just think with a good particular trait you're looking for, the rest might follow? Particular trait you're looking for, the rest might follow? Maybe. Like I said, man, you got your entire life for the search. Maybe you'll find that place abroad, maybe you find it closer to home. Maybe it's a place that doesn't exist, but with hard work and effort you can make it come to reality. Oh no, Marco! Marco and the other guys are out of the question, since they didn't swing that way. But we've checked our notes. Marco Martin. Simon's roommate for 3 years, might harbor feelings for him, yet they are unrequited. They aren't just unrequited. Simon is tragically straight. Sorry, Marco, I thought the possibility was there, but it turns out it wasn't. Maybe it's called the dating game, because we have to find the real date. What if we got kidnapped in 2022, but our heads were separated from our bodies at some point and then put into cold storage, and then attached onto robot bodies? And that's why the laser separates the neck, since it's just disconnecting the ports. And the year is really 24, 22. And once you realize the date, congrats, you win. The Nunnery Games is a heavy inspiration challenge show. I played the second game first, Birth Me Code, and you could feel the inspiration. But it's not exactly a copy of 999 or ZLR, right? Or VLR, right? It takes inspiration, but they are its own game, with their own direction for how to do these ontological mystery things, which is pretty cool. It wears its inspiration proudly, but in its own way, rather than trying to copy it. Which I like, right? It's got a lot of heart. And I love me a good game with some good heart. So twins go out first this time. And second for us again. I don't get to choose, do I? Maybe it's team-based. Alright, there's never a choice. the time to test it, Simon. Yeah, man, she's been crushing hard and this is her chance. Romantic? Alluring? You could say it? Oh. The bathroom problem. See, I opened the map, there's only one bathroom. And because I took the bathroom break, she couldn't go. If you go to Europe, chillin', better healthcare than here, than Canada. You don't mind the taxes, and you understand their values. Yeah, so it sounds like an option for you. Simon, this could be critical. They've given us food, they provided drinks, but the bathrooms have been limited. So if I'm right, the sparseness or availability of bathrooms could be a pull and pressure thing to keep us on the move and searching for more stuff. And if this is the lab, then they could have sinks to wash your hands, keep things sterile. Might not be a bathroom, but it's close. Discount Simon. Said it yourself, this is the laboratory. Oh, just the exit hallway, no bathroom yet. Time to crack that code then. And since this is chronologically the second one through, guess I could figure out if they're going to be more complex from the first one, which I figure were simpler by virtue of being earlier ones in the game, or if they stay simple all throughout. No, it's fine, chillin'. You can talk all you want. I don't mind it one bit. It doesn't take away from anything, so you're still cool, don't worry about it. It does lead to the bathrooms. Alright, that's good then. Door hinge? What's he thinking? States in regard to which of the moral justification drug? Simon going for the obvious joke. Authentic people instead of empathetic. I mean, those are things that could be satisfied by a group of friends, right? But they have to be on the whole countrywide level? A more local thing? Or a more core band sort of thing? Let's think about oranges. Who's orange? Who's got the color orange? Orange is M. That's Marco. We gotta hook up with Marco after all. See, Marco would not have butchered this punchline. You want closer connections? Not sure you could find that online? Chillin'! I'm wounded! Are you saying what we feel isn't real here? This friendship of ours? You definitely want HUDs, well. Those I cannot provide. You got me there, then. You got head pets, though. Is that good enough? I would HUD, but the camera's too far away, knock everything over. Hey, she's back. Astute, Jasmine? You can't feel it, that's the missing piece. That is very true. Even among the most introverted of us, we are still social animals. That's the kind of creature we are. So, we do have some need for that, in whatever form it manifests as. Are they gonna plug it in? Puzzle solved already. Why do I feel like they're pulling a naughty? Definitely pulling an honorary game naughty here. Simon, if you want to put in a wet plug, by all means, you go ahead. Really leaning into it, isn't he? Where's Ota? Ota's gonna be salivating all this. Ota right now, like, where's my pencil? Oh, this is great stuff! Gonna use this for my dojins next! Simon somehow went from full cowardice about his emotions, his feelings for Jasmine, to full-on blatantness. Oh, she knows. She's leaning in too. Oh, really, Simon, that kind of person, but it's safer that way. Hey, Carver, fluff time? Alright. Gonna break my neck at this rate. Hope you're doing well, Carver. Simon, my Simon, if it doesn't feel good, wrapped up protectively. That is a skills issue. She's blushing. She's hoping he's a masochist. alright, Simon, keep an open mind. You're disturbing though, chillin'? You do try and find real close romantic connections? Or do you wait for it? Chillin', the best time. The best time to seek those connections was yesterday. The second best time is right now. You know? Sometimes you can get lucky, and when you wait it falls into your lap, it comes to you. But oftentimes the things we need, whatever need it is, we won't find until we go out and look for it. His poor innocence. Oh, pass you don't have yet. Simon, what about the earlier topic? Were we going to talk about what you said to H? The Uchikoshi lock? Uchikoshi lock. You could put that in. Oh, his cowardice is taking hold again. And I can't use his computer now. His time is gone. Recognize the name, that was just the only joke I had for it. To maybe put it in as a password. Sadly, I haven't got Marco's rapid fire wit. Where you could pick it up and make like 5 different punchlines at once. How's it not look anyway? Only one bathroom, this whole lab. There's 2 rooms in this one. But again, only one bathroom at a time. Potentially dozens of people you've been close to, all of whom don't make themselves available to you. That's kind of the rough part about life, chillin' chum. It's why we gotta keep making those connections. Or you're not dumping, it's okay, you're fine. Is it for or from aldehyde? I've been saying from aldehyde. And hey, Lexi? Oh yeah, because she stood in the bathroom at that time. When we clicked on the door and came up with the cutting linguist. That means there's potentially an entire separate room of interactions to make, looking at these things before she comes out. Always thought it was for Zoku? I could just be wrong. Like how I always say prescription instead of prescription. I might just naturally be putting my R's earlier on. Earlier than they're supposed to be. She has her doubts. She hasn't seen it yet, but we solved the 593 puzzle that she couldn't. Tomato? You mean Tomortor, surely. And that's the next room over, right? The next room over? It's got its own panels. That smells like puzzle. Is it gonna be the first actual puzzle? Computer maybe solve the code here, the door opens up automatically. Or the panel here. Or these ones. We could touch, but no touch yet. Want to see all the eyeballs first. Didn't even hesitate. She is. She straight up is the type to push the buttons. But nothing changed with that, did it? She pulled the lever, but nothing changed? Okay, what conversation do we have? Can we talk about the thing we want to talk about? Never know though, Jasmine. The knife could be part of the puzzle. Remove the knives, revealing a code or diagram or something beneath them. So nothing in conversation. Oh, we can't talk to her again then. That just leaves this. There's word for word what I was about to say. Among the science. .5 hours and no puzzles yet. We had one puzzle that was kept in automatically in the early tutorial side thing before it went backwards in our memory. So far it does seem fairly simple compared to Birth Me Code, but this is the first game in the series, of course it would be. So I'm not sure if this simplicity is going to carry it all the way through the game, or if it is going to get more complex. Chronologically, this is the second room we've done. So, if it's more puzzly than the library, we'll see. The library's puzzles too are pretty much automatic. Because what was it? Marco found a book, then clicked on the table. It's like, oh, this is locked. Then he clicked on the stairs, like, oh, here's a key. So it could be the awkwardness of first game, or it could be that it's just early into the game. QWERTY did not work, nor the password. Or Hunter 2. The only ones that existed. Don't tell me that one of these is his own password. At least make it capital P password. 1, 2, 3. .366. Simon, don't forget. Unless Quebec doesn't have leap years. The USB stick is its own code cracker. So when they say crack the code, they mean find the USB stick that cracks the code for you. What if we saved these USB sticks? Did we? Because I don't think we saved the USB stick from the library. Was there a USB stick? No, there was a key to a safe, and the safe opened up. Infirmary had a stick, but that didn't happen yet. And she knows her computers? Littlewood's Law. Enlighten me. That sounds like Littlewood just pulled that number out, because a million is huge to his definition or to his mind. What if it's really 1 in a trillion? Is this going to be the snail for this game? Would it necessarily have to be people? The common default for people seems to take people as the observable thing. What if it's nanoseconds itself, or billions of nanoseconds? Times how many throughout the year? She means miracles children of the sensitive special events. Not so much rains of frogs, or the Nile turning red. Well, I guess you could have like scientific explanation for those, but more like events which occur in a probability of 1 for every million. Yeah, exactly, special events. More so than like the voice of God itself. Trying to remember what the overall plot was for Birth Me Code as well, and how that could apply here. But Birth Me Code was Birth Me Code. I'm not sure if Head As Code runs by the same rules or not. Two 2022, 2004, 2042, 7. How could I break this up? Whatever the case is. It is numbers, I see numbers, I write down numbers. Even if it's all automatic. 22, 22. 04, 27. April 27, I could see that, Lex. And maybe 2022, but then how would I break off everything else as well? 2022, 22, 04, 27. Chillum, speedrunners belonging in asylum. That is just true by definition. Like a date, but other numbers. Could be time? 2022? February 20? At 4:27? They were kidnapped on the 22nd of April. So maybe it's not 0427, but the 22nd day of the 4th month. And that'll be 2727 unaccounted for. That could be. Because 2022, 2204, if I read that as April 22nd of 2022, that is when they got kidnapped. So maybe. What about April 22, 2022, in the 27th universe? Or we're not gonna go to the hidden room to the side. It had a map and everything. It was on the map, I mean. It was like as a room in a square. Maybe the first loop is hands-off and then it opens up the flowchart and then the game begins? With full room explorations and everything? Gonna be off to dinner, Lex? Lucky you have a good dinner. Thanks for stopping in. Enjoy it for the both of us. It is still early afternoon here, so plenty of time yet till dinner. And that was it. That was the whole puzzle. Yeah, exactly, Jasmine. The solid door in the laboratory. We never got to go in. First room of the game. Way in the future. She did think it was weird that we stopped into a room that should have been solved previously by a previous team. So maybe there is an expectation that it opens up later. If we pull things out wide enough to a geological time frame, he might be onto something. What if that's the real plot? That the train really is a mastermind? What if it is? What if it actually is a train? And we are all its pawns. Smiley? With the metal helmet as a train itself? Where's E? We see him, but where's E? E was here too, okay. So the whole somebody might have died hasn't shown up yet then. But who knows how much time passed between the start of the game and the start of the game. I could have rub it in, man. She can't help it. Just one person, huh? I think it has to be Jay. Though we could try talking to Wee. We do have the pens. I do feel like we had to touch Jay at some point because of her confrontation with H. And see what all that is about. But knowing Simon is to just be all gushy about her. And, not ask the right questions anyway. You like this antagonist train better than the Resident Evil 2 or the FF6 I don't think I remember the RE2 one. I haven't played much RE2 myself because I was a scared little baby back then. And we weren't allowed games, so I could only play like a cousin's house or whatever, so like 1 hour max in my entire life. Was there a boss train at the end? Because I vaguely remember watching other people play RE2 Remake. But I think ultimately we have to talk to E. Because we have not had the chance to talk to her yet, and we do have pens. Let's put these pens to use. Plus, I was gonna say we could interrogate her and find her connection. But that would be a lot of conversation for a few pens going back and forth. Birkin blew up the end of the train. And how you were the rockets would fall. Yeah, that I remember. That I remember from watching other people play the remake, but couldn't quite remember since I've never been much of an RE head at all. So haven't devoted too many wrinkles to retaining it. Would she know the laboratory stuff? Maybe she was also sort of a researcher before a tragic accident took her senses. Jasmine omitting the second laboratory? Maybe Jasmine does have some deeper connections than we think. Or maybe if we could get in, if we couldn't get in, probably not too important to her. Oh, she doesn't know either. What's the maybe? Don't be enigmatic, give us some answers. So we don't know yet, but there are possibilities. Gonna keep that mental connection in mind. Now this feels like a shift to me. We were kind of being secretive in names for the start, but now she's getting full-on suspicious mode. Jasmine is also getting started on her own mental version of the notes. So far, each room has had 2 rooms. But we've only been exploring the main one that we get into first. But the game is still young, Jasmine. We could go back to him. Don't tell me. She somehow slew them. And this ends up being one of the bad ends, before we have to loop back through. And yet, here she is, putting her foot down at the tide. Okay, Simon might be a bit of a coward about his feelings, but he's also very obvious about them. So she's got to know. Is she playing into that to manipulate us? She's not the only one who can play paranoid. I think that she's making a patsy out of us, ensuring we remain that loyal tool. But to whose benefit? Simon, keep the line of questioning going. Is it to ensure that at the very least you can count on us? As one bulwark of trust and loyalty? Or is it to make a show for everybody else? Information is important, and as information will be broadcast by acting all puppy love around her. The train in which only 2 people wore their masks. The only 2 people on the train who cared about everybody else. Yeah, Simon is. And he really has been a lovesick teenager over it, but he sees it too. He recognizes his own cowardness and his own insecurity, and he knows it's holding himself back. But he also knows he's completely incapable of not listening to that voice. I think he just needs a bit of growing up to do. You know, some more life experience. He'll get there eventually. If we all survive this. Jasmine is already scheduled to die in the future. At some point after we lose our memory. But that could be just one route. Why is he attracted? She's pretty. She's got the cake apparently. And they've been childhood friends, so he's been holding on to this crush for ages now. And then she's gone. He's 24. He's probably only ever liked her. And then ever since being a lovesick teenager, he goes from following her all the way to Vancouver to go to school. But then while she has her own job commitments, he can't bring himself the courage to make further life commitments, so he goes all the way back to Montreal to finish his education. So he's gone from teenager to student, and so hasn't really had the hardships and hard decisions to make him a firmer, harder man as far as like convictions and decision making goes. Which is why I think that if you just give him some lifestyle experience, it'll get there eventually. I got faith in him. Ray and Marco. Didn't the twins come on the train after we did? I can say for sure, though, after checking out the lexicon, that she has no otherworldly power. That's apparently a thing that the lexicon tracks. And so far, nobody has otherworldly power. E does not have any mention of otherworldly power, which doesn't mean she doesn't. That is the only profile in which otherworldly power is absent. And for everyone else's, it's mentioned in the negation. You can't do that, though. We can't revisit old stations. Rule number 1. Must team with additional member. Okay. Rule number 2. Station in pairs. Yeah, otherworldly powers. Lexicon. Everyone look up the profiles. Harbors no otherworldly capabilities. Does not have any otherworldly capabilities. Doesn't have any otherworldly capabilities. Same for her twin. Marco Martin. Doesn't harbor any otherworldly abilities. Ray. No otherworldly capabilities. Simon. Without any otherworldly capabilities whatsoever. So apparently it's worth noting. And E has no mention at all. It could be a red herring, it could be it just being funny, but I notice it. And so we maintain the pair. A and S. A and S. Bypass A and S. Are we even allowed to explore without a pair? Going along with him or staying with everybody else? Do I get to make this choice? See, Simon's problem is that he's too into his own head. He's worried if he makes a commitment, it might be a bad commitment. But he has to take the bad commitments too. The bad commitments happen. Like if it's career-wise, oh well, you deal with it for a bit or you find a new one. Relationship-wise, you find a better one, you learn better. But he won't know until he takes them. A fit 24-year-old and not a coward. He's at least a fit 24-year-old, that much is true. Oh, I don't get to make the choice. Is he going to have a connection to the laboratory and thus get the door opened? And we don't know Jasmine's motive yet. It could be that she's withholding information because it's not important to bring up. It's a laboratory, it's a side room. We haven't been in there, couldn't get in there. Unless it is something that she recognizes. We've been to the infirmary. In the tutorial half, that was the first place we went. What did we find there? There was a remote that Jay wanted to share with everybody else when they arrived. She got shot. Then a memory came back and we're playing that memory. Maybe it's because we're playing the memory that we don't have much actual freedom in the interaction right now. Maybe it's after we catch up on the memory where it becomes less linear and more open. Two stations to wait for, so it could be two things to ask. A's relationship with E, the bag and what it contains. A's age and their age gap, or no topic, only silence. Feels like that could be the waste the turn option, just go to the next station, but it could be important. Maybe if we say nothing, then he brings up something himself. And of course, it's a possibility that even if he has information, he might be lying. First, him and E. Merely acquaintances. But what does that mean? That has implications of its own. Circumstantial. The company that produces the headset and mask. That's worth noting. And the pets. His company makes headsets and masks for the blind and deaf, and pens for making braille. Does he mean reproduction in the sense of like manufacturing? Reproduction, recreation, printing, many kinds of printing. Okay. But A, this could be critical information. Her headset and mask are super advanced technology, are they? I'm thinking it's the same technology that allows the masks in the second game to perceive information. So maybe it's some kind of neural link that takes in external stimuli like vision and sounds and has her see it inside the mask, inside the headset. Or maybe they would give her other worldly powers. A's age and their gaps, the bag and what it contains. I feel like the gap isn't as important. The guy's got his career, he works for a company that produces materials for the disabled. The bag is probably materials for the same. If only silence is a gamble, though. It could be that we say nothing more till we get to the station. Or it could be that if I wisely don't open my mouth, then I give him room to converse and to bring up topics. And Simon might be a coward afraid of commitments, but I'm going to make that commitment and see where that gets us. See? 2 good benefits already. Simon actually had time to collect his thoughts. And A is breaking the silence first. Oh! Or not. Thought it might be a topic of his choosing. But since we know that he works for a company that develops those materials, maybe the lab is his, or a reproduction of his own? He heard from Jay after all that it was a laboratory. She left out some details. But I could see then why he'd want to look at it. What if he's worried that his trade secrets might be here? He is a researcher. Whenever something in any sci-fi says our goal is to better humanity, you know they're the baddies. It's either going to be a very eugenics-focused bent, or they have so little intersectionality that they're going to break all the eggs to make that omelet. Doing some illegal activities. Illegal? You can hide it, but every company's doing illegal activities. It's like NASCAR. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. Take out the trash. What did I say about breaking eggs? Now, he said he was a researcher, though. When he means take out trash, does he mean, like, the experiment failed or successfully, either way, dispose the bodies? Or this thing isn't going perfectly, or someone's onto us? Eliminate them, exterminate? Oh. Because of all the shady stuff, destroy the evidence, more like. When A says, when he says unique, he doesn't truly mean it because he didn't know it was similar to this one somewhere else. He means he do have a similar one to it somewhere else. He has found himself locked in his own experiment. One of the knives missing. Jay, what have you done? I was gonna say, is the only other explosion we know, the subway in New York, is tied to this. That manhole explosion in, was it 2021? Was secretly a secret facility being destroyed? 2022? Did they say last month? That was been a like, I can't remember. If it was 2022, then 2022. They weren't supposed to know about the zombies. This tells me that I have two factions vying for my loyalty. Jay was laying it on pretty thick. As soon as the girl you've been crushing on starts laying it thick on you, I go full-on defensive mode. She's got her motives. A's got his motives. Poor Simon is being pulled in two directions. And yet now he's seen with his own eyes that Jay was withholding the existence of this room, sealed in the fact that we weren't able to look into. Forbidden to keep this kind of knowledge from him. And so the loyalty split. Jay wants us to be secretive for her, A wants me to tell him everything. I could have asked about the bag. He did say that he went to the infirmary, right? We found the remote in the infirmary in our future. "26 buttons with a letter. We have 26 pens that make braille." Hey, Lex, how's dinner? Was it 27? 26 buttons with a letter and a small screen. One off. Chicken and veg sounds delicious. The remote takes 5 digits. So we can't put in the whole 2022, 22, 04, 27. Was Simon right this whole time? The ninth person is the train itself, and the train itself, due to the highly advanced machinery behind this wall, have a sort of personhood, the super intelligence that we look forward to with awe and fear, was born in Montreal as a train. Is it me? Is me from Birth Me Code? The actual ninth person, and this is her birth. What if this is the purpose of the loop then? Because we don't have access to the flowchart yet, but at some point we'll have to. And we are being tantalized. Every single room we go into has a second room that we do not actually explore. And for the start that I figured, oh well, I guess the other guy's exploring there. And it's just not important to right now. What if you do end up finding codes throughout the game and you gotta jump to the right time with the right code to get the door open? 26 to the power of 5. I'll take his word for it. Does this remote take USB though? A beneficial entity, he says. Despite all the eggs he has to break, the occasional domestic terrorism blowing up a New York subway to hide the evidence thereof. He hasn't got my sympathy right now. As soon as we find a way in. Those aren't the terms I said. I said if I can leave, then I will. Little dots on the back. We take this to E. She can read the braille on it. Curiosity's taken us, but not her. And the man does sweat a lot. I got zero trust for A. What is the, segment now? Is ecclesiastical. What does his profile say? Eldest of the group. Braille, no otherworldly capabilities, strange dress. Bag of necessities, pencils, papers, erasers, scissors, and so on. Always smiling. Reticent to speak first, gauges his approach. So it says nothing. There is nothing of importance in here. No clue, or later hint that I could ascertain. That is him. When he's all shadowy like this, it kind of makes him look more menacing. For my handling of E. I did tell E what happened, so maybe that's what he means. Not just my politeness towards her, but my sharing the existence of this room when Jay had not. Man, because it's been 2 years since I played Birth Me Code. I can't remember who all from here was at the end. There were a couple of people. I recognize Marco. But I can't remember who else is there under the mask. I don't think it's all random. We got connections. I don't know jack squat about anybody. Marco's roommate, we know them for 3 years. Jasmine is childhood friend, but we've been out of contact for 4 years, so who knows with her? Everyone else is a complete enigma. Maybe it's important enough if I use forward knowledge that Marco appears at the end of the second game. There was a plot that a counterplot that a counterplot. But I recall so few details now that I can't remember what exactly was what. At some point after all this, I thought I'd do a quick through it for a bit of refresher before Decide for God comes out. Punishes the windows. Still going by physique. It was robes, man. Robes could obscure so many things. When he puts it like this. No, he's too disabled. The twins are too young. Top of the list, all three of them. What is that about miracles? Remarkably slim? The miracle just needs a 1 in a million chance that's multiplied for every observing person. I mean, Jasmine is one simple possibility among 7 other simple possibilities. That doesn't mean it's the likeliest, just means he lacks imagination. Or information. Where's the scanners? At the big door? Beyond the door was a set of scanners. Maybe the ninth person is inside and the scanners are like, yeah, that's you. Oh, door opens up. Simon, again, what was the very first puzzle of the game? Blue 5 and red 3 make 9. My assumption with that is that some combination of players becomes the ninth person. And 5 was H, and 3 is M. So H and Marco is a possibility, but I don't think that's right. Especially since blue 5 and red 3. And Martin is orange, and H is aqua. But I think with this enigma, it is 412 here. If I continue right now, that is going to pull us into yet another giant mystery. So I think that I'm going to call it here for today. And then we'll get back into this tomorrow. So far, it's been kind of a slow burn. But it is one of those ontological mystery things, so of course it's gotta like set the mood right. Introduce all the players, the rules, the locations. And there is a flow chart that we haven't had access to yet. So, I'm fairly certain that it opens up once we get back the introductory area. Just for a text-heavy narrative, the introductory area tends to be a little bit big. So it could be by tomorrow? We have given 5 good hours to this, and it's already seated in lots of cool things to think about. But for now, that is gonna have to be where I call it for today. So let me see who was online. I know that Trooper still came on. or Trooper just came on, and that he's playing ZTD, I think? Because he just finished VLR. Who else is on? Oh, he's not doing VTD anyways, he's doing art today regardless. Oh, we got Ghibli on! The rare Ghibli stream? Strangely enough, nobody else is playing Head-Ass Code. Weird. There's that Guinea fella, but that's it. Anybody playing Broke Me Code? There is in fact nobody playing Birth Me Code today. So why don't I toss you guys on over? Let's go say hello to Catbot Sumi, who is playing Monster Prom today. Sound good? Sounds good to me. And for now, folks, thank you for hanging. Stick around for the raid, and I'll see you guys next time.